And they are also the first group of astronauts stay in the Chinese space station. And as to the schedule, and they will conduct 2 rounds of EVA on July 4th. Liu Boming, Nie Haisheng, and Tang Hongbo conducted their very first EVAs. And today, please stay tuned with CGTN New Media because the astronauts or our taekwonauts will conduct their second EVAs. And we have 2 guests with us today. Mr. Su Liang from the China Space Technology Group, and the chief editor, Madame Wu, from the journal Space Knowledge. So to your journal, actually our journal is called the Space Knowledge. So back to the 1958, we established and founded by Mr. Qian Xuesen. So for us, actually, it's called the aerospace. So including the aerospace and also the aviation sectors. So we talk about actually is including space as well as aviation knowledge in 2 sectors. So it is founded by Mr. Qian Xuesen, and this is our journal magazine, and this actually the a version for young kids. So it will start to release to the market in January 2022. So this is a newly branch of our new edition of the magazine for kids, for young generation. So this is our samples, the preprint magazine. And you can see this is for use. So what's inside? So basically, this is for the purpose of science publication or the popularization of science that include the knowledge of a space era and also the military weapons. A lot of events or the content actually quite popular and welcome by the youth, and also look at there are a lot of pictures to explain the knowledge. So for the youth, actually, we have seen more and more people show their passion and interest in the space era. And for Mr. Su, for your job, so for us, it's more for the design, arrangement, work of a space station. So this space station in front of us, we talk about the size, the diameter, and for each part, how to install them and how that based on the launch environment, make sure everything operates and stable operation. So basically, our job is like from the scratch, from 2D to 3D. And also we look at the whole manufacturing stage as well as the installation stage. Of course, there are a lot of limitations. So we look at the parts like a payload, and for each capsule, we talk about the robotic arm or the antenna. They have their own limitations. For different parts, they have their own limitations, and also we need to think about all these parts coming together, and what are the limitations. So like for 3 astronauts, for the key work or the key task they need to perform is to lift a packets for the panoramic cameras. So this is for their first scheduled task for the first EVA. So we launched the cargoes. Actually, we have the fairing to protect the whole spacecraft. So we also need to make sure that the astronauts, they have enough space inside the capsule or the core module. So we talk about that, the panoramic camera, and they need to install and covered by the farewell. And we talk about that for the cameras, actually with four the lands, so we need to have the A1 work. So first lift that the camera and make sure that the cameras actually can be our eyes to capture all the beautiful pictures. And let's also take a look at our first extravehicular activities performed by the astronauts. So this is the panoramic cameras, and also this is one of the key job for today. We talked about last time the astronauts actually installed a lifting bracket for one of the extravehicular panoramic cameras, and today the astronauts will again lift the panoramic camera, camera D. So the astronauts will come out from here. So this actually come from a different end. So for the panoramic camera, actually the position is quite closer to the place where the astronauts will coming out. And another job for today is astronauts need to install the extended pump set. So that's a little bit far from the place where the astronauts will come out. So as last time, the astronauts will also cooperate with the robotic arm, right? So for our normal EVAs, as we saw last time on July 4th, the two astronauts, they cooperated with each other, and also one astronaut inside the core module to control inside the capsule. So we could see that one astronaut work with the robotic arm, and another astronaut also use the holder outside to move itself. And this is the very first time we use a robotic arm. So this look at this is the last time on January 4th, the first extravehicular activity. This is the moment Mr. Liu Boming came out of the core module. So this is also installed the food restrict. That is also one of the scheduled tasks for the last time. Because the astronauts, they need to stand on the robotic arm, so that a food restrict basically it seems like they build up a platform for themselves to stand on the robotic arm, right? So for that food restraint that's remained with the robotic arm, or actually we take it off, remove it, and install it once again this time. Actually, we have a toolbox, so the astronauts basically remove that the food restraint and put in the toolbox. Because robotic arm also have other job to do, so if we leave the food restraint on the robotic arm, that may be actually not really comfortable for the robotic arm to perform other jobs. So there's a toolbox near the hatchway. So the astronauts will remove the food restricts and put it inside. The robotic or the inside that toolbox. So for robotic arm, actually, we talk about there are a flexible vehicle for tachonauts, and it's including 7 joints. And this is actually, look at on the right hand side, this is the footage we talk about now, the foot restraint. So you saw a board. Actually, that board is the place where astronauts stand on. So look at this, because we need to do tons of tests and experiments before we put all these tools or equipment on board Shenzhou-12 spacecraft. Another is a workbench. So that workbench also on the robotic arm. This is also one of the scheduled tasks last time for astronauts. We talked about that workbench, actually, that basically to put the tools with the astronauts. So astronauts can put the tools on this workbench when the taconauts need to use them, and they can just very easily get the tools from the workbench. So for last time, the taconauts performed a task including installing a foot restraint and workbench on the robotic arm. And we talk about for taconauts, a lot of the activity or the performance, the simulation they have done on ground basically actually is in underwater. So that's more or less the quite similar environment compared to space. And also the payload of the robotic arm is 22 tons. So that's also actually in the weight-less environment. So for the robotic arm, actually that has 3 joints in the shoulder, 1 elbow joint, and 3 wrist joints. So in total 7 joints. For the robotic arm, actually is very flexible, and also actually can move really fast. So we talk about that the robotic arm actually, in addition to the 2 devices on both ends of the arm, gave it a span of over 10 meters and ample flexibilities. And also we had an additional workbench attached to the robotic arm, so that actually also can help the astronauts to perform more jobs outside the cabinet. And we talk about the taconauts need to first clamp to the position outside. So that's maybe the really physical consuming. So that for the robotic arm actually help the taconaut to save the energy. So you could see that the taconauts just can stand on board on the robotic arm, so the robotic arm can deliver them to the position. So we talk about that have 7 joints. So it can carry out the 8 tasks, including taking taconauts to their operation sites, carrying cargo, and checking the status of the capsule. So this is a robotic arm. So for the stability and reliability, actually you do not need to worry, because we have done a ton of experiments to test the function and performance of robotic arm. So when taconauts stand on the robotic arm, actually they are very safe, because at first they locked with that foot restraint, and foot restraint also locked with that the robotic arm. and also have a security belt to link themselves to the robotic arm. So we talk about that the robotic may have the risk of floating in the outer space. Actually, do not need to worry too much. So for taconauts, when they stand on the robotic arm, which means they're quite far from the core module, right, 5 to 6 meters away from the core module. Like Liu Boming actually seems, for him, he described last time that he was flying in the outer space.
上次出舱作业的画面了哈。
对，这个是在阴影区。
是到阴暗面就是看不太清。
So this is also a spacewalk task last time.
阳照区域和阴影区域是吧？
对。
这个属于是能看出来这个刚才那个。
So for our taconauts,
画面比较暗，那个就是在阴影区工作。
阴影区工作。
对。
因为我们出舱不是要持续几个小时吗？啊。你看上次我们接近7个小时。那么我们。
At every time they need to perform that. Last time is 7 hours, and this time is also more or less the same length of time. So it's in 90 minutes, a spacecraft around the Earth, as you could see, so that they work in the shadow region or the shadow area.
这个是蓝色的，那就应该是。
这是汤洪波，
对，这是汤洪波在爬行。
汤洪波的主观画面。那这个是什么镜头拍摄的呢？这个角度。
它那个头盔上面会自己带。
我就说这个现在的这个画面是，
这是个舱外摄像机。
舱外摄像机哈。
对，
这个是。
And also we'll talk about the cameras we have. So we have the cameras equipped on these spacesuits, and we also have 4 panoramic cameras outside the cabin. So a variety of cameras have been installed inside and outside the space station.
变无星这个方向，只能看到一些局部，看不到全局。
那在阳照区和阴影区的时候。 航天员他这个身体感受有什么区别啊？就在舱外活动的时候。
我觉得主要是视觉上。
So we talk about for the astronauts when they work and in the sun shining area and the shadow areas. So any difference? So for the temperature change, actually taconauts cannot really feel much because for spacesuit, actually that's provide a constant temperature and humidity. So actually for no matter is the oxygen supply or temperature, actually it's not really impacted by the external environment.
镀金的那一层是
在阳照区上可以打下来。
哦，真的是镀的金啊。
反正字面理解是镀金，
看上去金光闪闪。
字面理解是镀金，是金
So for the facial shade, like they have several layers, and for the one that seems like have a gold plating or gold coating. That layer actually can be controlled by astronauts themselves, so they can open it or close it. And let's also see another video clip. So this is the vlog actually captured by the taconauts, and they stayed in the orbit for almost 2 months. And also actually they need to test that the capsule is the livability. And right now they also finished the data collection of the 14 experiments. So right now they stayed for the 2 months, and also could see that the complex actually also running in operation. And we look at the collection and the purification of water is also normal. And we will conduct a second time of EVA. And for the astronauts, they already conducted the training for 1 week, and also they rehearsed with the ground staff for the whole procedures of EVA. So you could see that from the big screen, and that the taconauts actually right now were doing the rehearsal with the ground staff for the whole rehearsal for the second EVA. So that also helped to improve the seamless cooperation between space and Earth. So by doing this rehearsal, a different system and the different department also improved. The performance and also based on the schedules, and because that's the second time, and we also changed a space suit compared to the first spacewalk, and also we checked whether the space suit actually good enough to perform the second EVA. And the crew also has adjusted the sizes of the extravehicular spacesuits, changed the glove, and replenished the consumables carried by the spacesuit. And in order to make sure that the tachonauts are in good physical condition during this time's spacewalk, they have done a series of health checks, including cardiopulmonary function checks and routine urine tests. So going forward, we will put a close eye on the core module and also the crew to make sure that the crew is in good health and the Tianhe core module is running stably, and also create a favorable environment for the crew to finish successfully the second spacewalk. So the training for the second EVA in the core module. So we talk about what kind of training or exercise they have done. So it's more like the rehearsal of the whole process, and also the cooperation between the space and ground, because some orders or some job need to be done jointly. So they make sure a smooth cooperation. And we talk about the fitting spacesuits. Also adjust the spacesuits, and we also replenish the consumables like oxygen inside, and also change the gloves. And this only could be done by the astronauts in the space. Why we changed gloves this time? Because it's consumables, or because the job is different, the task different compared to the first spacewalk. So that is why we changed the gloves. So it's based on the different tachonauts, because they have different size of hands, right? So we need to change the gloves to depend on the personal needs. So because of the personal adjustment, the crew has adjusted the size of the extravehicular spacesuits, changed the gloves. So last time, Liu Boming and Tang Hongbo performed the spacewalk, and this time will be Nie Haisheng and Tang Hongbo to perform the task this time for second spacewalk. So how many spacesuits they carried? So 2 spacesuits. So the 3 tachonauts share these 2 sets of spacesuits. That is why we changed the gloves, because this time we changed the lineup. And we talk about the number 01, still Nie Haisheng, also the commander of the crew. So my guess, still because Tang Hongbo is comparatively young, and because he also conducted the tasks last time for climbing, and maybe this time for the young people, you perform the harder job. So for Nie Haisheng this time, he will be the one coming out to the outside of the capsule. Nie Haisheng is in his 57 years old, and Liu Boming 55, Tang Hongbo in his 40s. So based on the previous lineup of the crew, we would like to let the veterans class,
第一次上去的。
a greyhound. So you could see that we have the one with rich experience, with one as a total new to the space. So you could see that this time, Ni Haisheng and Liu Buming actually performed the tasks before in space. But for Tang Hongbo, actually, it's the first time for him to present himself in the space. So we talk about Shenzhou-12. So that's the first time we encountered emergency situation as Liu Boming and Zhai Zhigang conducted their extravehicular activities. And actually, they had a fair warning. And they successfully finished the task. So they have a quite strong heart and very calm and cool-headed to deal with emergency case. And for Ni Haisheng, this is his third time to conduct a space mission. And he also a backup team for the other space missions. So we could tell that Mr. Ni Haisheng always keeps himself in a good condition. So he always prepares himself ready to conduct the space mission. And also, actually, no matter the actual lineup of the crew or the backup lineup, that you need to finish many rounds of tests, exams, and also you need to finish the body checking. So you need to pass all these in order to make yourself qualified for either the real lineup of the crew or the backup lineup. And for the astronauts, every day they will also talk to the doctor on Earth. And also they will also check their body health every week. And for each month, they will also conduct a large round of the check. And also could see last time we also saw that because they shut off the lights because they're doing that the fundoscopy. So that's a test for eyes to check whether they have the fundus lesions. And we talk about that the ultimate goal for us is make sure that the health of the astronauts, and this is one of our key points. For this very special environment, the weightless environment, a lot of organs or the functions of the human bodies may have different reaction. So we put a really close eye on the health of the astronauts. And also could see astronauts actually can also draw blood for each other. And we talk about actually that the gravity less, actually that's one of the important factors. We talk about actually on Earth, on the ground, actually our muscles protect our bones to counter the gravity. But in the gravity-free environment, that the muscles not really know what role the muscle should play, so they need to think about that muscle atrophy and also the bone density as well as bone loss. This is something quite familiar issues for the astronauts. And also we look at this footage from the very first EVA on July 4th. And we look at astronauts. We had a place to put the space suits, and also the taconauts will wear the space suits before they coming out of the hatchway, and when they get themselves ready from head to toe, of course they have a total round of checks. And we talk about the air pressure, how to open the hatch. So they need to first adjust the pressure. So for this part, actually they have a lot of hatches. For the capsule, we talk about for the working capsule, they need to close the hatch. And same to close the hatch connecting cargo ship.
组合起来，然后就开始要先泄压，就是把里面的空气。
So basically, you can see that these just close all the hatch connecting to the cargo ship and the core modules to make sure that this total shutdown or the door are closed, and then to adjust the pressure with the outside environment. So once again, that you're watching the footage from last EVA.
这套服装它上面有一些那个液体回路，可以帮助它这个保证一个体温
就是液体可能就要冷却液体，然后带走体温或者是加热。
And also for that blue jersey or blue suits, that's actually also a liquid cooled suit. Think about it in this way. So basically, these blue suits like the air conditioning for the astronauts. So they need to first put on these blue suits. And then the tachonauts will put on their space suits. So right now we are waiting the 3 astronauts to conduct their second extravehicular activities today. So November 1999, China launched its first Shenzhou cargo ship. That's Cargo 1. And this is China's first taikonaut, Yang Liwei, on board Shenzhou-12 to conduct the very first manned space mission. And he returned to the ground October 2003. And October 2005 with Shenzhou-6, China also conducted a multiple people, multiple day manned space mission. And this is with Shenzhou-7. So 3 astronauts. And also November 2011. And also the very first time was Tianhe 1. It's 2012 and 2013. And the Shenzhou-10 with 3 astronauts. And 2016 to 2017. I've seen the astronauts with Shenzhou-11. And May 2020, we launched the core module to the space. And in 2021, we have seen that the Tianhe cargo ship up to the space. And also June 17, 2021, 3 astronauts on board of Shenzhou-12 to the outer space, and they entered to the China's space station. And they are the first group of astronauts or takonauts entering the China's space station. And on July 4th, 2021, 2 astronauts conducted extravehicular activities. So that lasted for 7 hours. Two astronauts, Liu Boming and Tang Hongbo, conducted a spacewalk. On July 4th.
星空浩瀚无比，探索永无止境。各位好，这里是中央电视台中国空间站系列特别节目。
There's no end
2个多月前
to explore the vast universe. And for the viewers, if just tuning in with CGTN New Media, welcome to our special coverage. And July 4th, the three astronauts conducted the EVA, and they are the first group of astronauts entering the China space station. So that's happened 40 days ago. The 聂海胜 Liu Boming and Tang Hongbo cooperated and finished the first EVA. And that's the first spacewalk. And today, the three astronauts will conduct their second EVA. And Tang Hongbo will stay in the core module to conduct the commanding work, and the 聂海胜 and will conduct the work for spacewalk. And for today, the job is to lift the panoramic camera and also install the extended pump set. So let's learn the latest progress and to contact our correspondent. At the China Space Center. And here, this is also the ground commanding center. And from the big screen, we can see that every movement of our astronauts. And this is the Tianhe core module, and this is a live picture, and we could see right now the robotic arm actually at the end of the core module. You could see the beautiful Earth from this angle, from this camera. And right now, the two astronauts are already outside the capsule. That's around 22 or 20 meters ago. Liu Boming outside the capsule and climbed to the end of the core module. And at 8:45, our first astronaut 聂海胜 already out there because he needs to onboard the robotic arm. So that's a whole bunch of work waiting for him. So that is why he was there earlier, because he needs to first install the food restraint and also to install the workbench on the robotic arm. Two key schedules for them today. And first is to install the extended pump set. Right now, this is the work they are doing now. So we talk about the extended pump set. That's basically the component to control the constant temperature for the core module. So that's the position, the working position, actually a little bit far from the place where the astronauts out the core module. That's around 14 to 15 meters away from their hatchway. And the second job for them today is to lift the panoramic camera. This is to lift the number D. So this is the panoramic camera D. Last time they lifted the panoramic camera A. And for the installation of the extended pump set, actually the size of that side is 50 times 50 times 60. So it's quite a complex job for them to perform. And right now, the two astronauts are working on their first scheduled tasks. It's a very complex and challenging job compared to the first spacewalk. But so far, we can tell so far so good. Compared to the schedule, matter the time, the day, went out the hatchway. Nie Haisheng on the robotic arm actually ahead of the schedule. I believe that's also thanks to the experiments accumulated last time. So the astronauts quite familiar with the whole procedures, and we will also keep you updated. Thank you very much. We had quite more complex tasks to performance, but so far everything goes smooth. According to CMSA, Nie Haisheng successfully opened the hatch to 10:12. Nie Haisheng and Liu Boming, where they self-developed a new development spacesuits, successfully outside the core module and successfully installed a food restraint and workbench on the robotic arm, and it will cooperate with the robotic arm to install the parts. And Tao Hongbo inside the core module to provide supporting work. And right now, the two astronauts are working on their second spacewalk. So, talk about where exactly these two astronauts are. So the taconauts Nie Haisheng and Liu Boming, they're already outside, and they finished the work of installing the food restraint and workbench on the robotic arm. And then, with the support of robotic arm, they will cooperate with each other to conduct the second spacewalk and also to complete the scheduled tasks. So first, they need to install the extended pump set. Another job is to lift the paramedic camera D and also install the toolkit outside the core module. And Tao Hongbo inside the core module to provide support or assistance to the two astronauts in the space. Of course, they're in space to support these two astronauts to conduct the outside extravehicular work. So for the last spacewalk, lasting 7 hours, let's take a look back about their first spacewalk.
Shenzhou-12 号可以打开出舱舱门。
So the Shenzhou-12 crew opened the hatch. So this is the playback from last time, and the astronauts Liu Boming said it's extremely beautiful outside and quite bright. So you could see that the astronauts stood on the robotic arm. And then we could see the second astronauts coming out of the core module or the space station. So they've lifted the paramedic camera, and also that's the camera A, and also that camera A captured the image of the two astronauts, and they finished the scheduled tasks. So for the last time, they installed the lifting bracket for one of the extravehicular paramedic cameras, and also installed the food restraint and workbench on the robotic arm. And then they make their way back to the core module.
正反警察。
So for tackonauts, they also have their own numbers. So number 3, that's tackonauts Tang Hongbo. Number 2, that's astronauts Liu Boming, and number 1, that's Nie Haisheng. Also the commander of the crew. So they successfully finished the scheduled tasks for the first spacewalk.
坐在我身边的是中国航天员中心航天员系统副总设计师王春慧，欢迎王总。另外一位是
And we also have a special guest, the Vice Deputy Designer, Madame Wang.
那我们现在是已经收到了
another designer, 张乔。
飞行控制中心传回的这次航天员出舱的最新画面。
Now we could see that
我们刚刚收到的实时画面。
The updated image this time. So this is the footage we got, and this is the footage actually this morning. So this is camera from the core module, Tianhe core module. So Beijing time this morning, 8:38. Taikonaut Nie Haisheng successfully opened the hatch and installed food restraint and workbench on the robotic, and also until the 10:12 Beijing time, astronauts Nie Haisheng and astronauts Liu Boming wearing the Tianhe self-developed new generation of spacesuits already outside the core module. And last time they lifted the panoramic camera A, and this time they need to lift another panoramic camera D. So the procedure more or less is the same, but just the location of that panoramic camera is different. So this is actually the angle of that panoramic camera D, but that's before lifting. So this time the astronauts also need to lift the camera D. And this is astronaut Tang Hongbo, and his job this time stay inside the capsule to operate the robotic arm and provide the supporting work to the 2 astronauts right now doing their outer space work. And Tang Hongbo actually for his very first time spacewalk actually is really challenging for him because a lot of work needs to be done. And these are the 2 astronauts, Nie Haisheng and Liu Boming. They are the 2 astronauts to perform a second spacewalk. And Nie Haisheng is number 1. So in the color right, for the each astronauts, they have their own colors. So you could see that with red color this time, you know that this is Nie Haisheng.
这个是测控系统的总调度在通知
北京调度。
所以我们每一次太空行走都是天地在紧密的配合着。
The Beijing Space Command Center also cooperate closely with the crew. So the hatch unlocked. And then open the hatch. So these are the 2 procedures. So they're the key to open the hatch. So that key first need to unlock the door, right? And then we adjust the pressure, air pressure. And then the astronauts can very easily open the hatch. And this is not the live picture. This is at 8:38 this morning, Beijing time. The astronauts successfully opened the hatch. So this is the key, and they need to put the key into the pocket. And put the key in the pocket. Because this is gravity-less, gravity-free environment, so you need to make sure everything and in a stable position. right? You could see that everything actually with a belt.
还有一个特别重要的一个方面就是，在舱外作业的时候，因为进入外太空了，所以一旦东西漂浮了，那就是再也抓不回来了。所以不论是航天员，无论是人啊，还是所有的设备。
And also we talk about that for the spacewalk, for no matter the human being or any equipment, they need to have a belt or something to lock them. So make sure that they finish the job in a safe manner. So they open the hatch. And also we can hear the communication between astronauts. So the crew reported the hatch opened.
舱门打开正常。
这一时刻必有
天河报告，出舱舱门打开正常。
北京明白。出舱舱门打开正常。
神舟12号，打开水升华器，完毕。
现在这个画面上面那个小屏幕显示的是那个我们在飞控现场的一些工作人员。
动腰，出舱，并安装绞限位器，完毕。
因为这个出舱活动是非常复杂的，其实在国际上它也是非常复杂的。
And also we hear the order actually from Beijing, saying that the astronauts 01
对于每次出舱活动。
outside the core module and install food restrict and workbench. And we talk about we talk about the actual vehicular activities, actually really risky activities. It's not just the work depend on the astronauts themselves. Actually, this is a work need to smoothly cooperate between astronauts and the ground staff. And now you can see that the team, a Beijing team, a dedicated team for actually vehicular activity work.
一个团队来帮。
对对对，是的。
你的刚才已经挂到舱口了吧？
哎，他们在这个打开舱门以后，好像并没有急着马上就出舱，是吧？
对。
在舱门。
So we could see that after opening the hatch, the astronauts not really immediately went outside. So they also first they need to unlock that hook. We talk about that. The every step they need to lock themselves safe, fixed. And we could hear that astronauts 聂海胜 were astronauts 01 outside.
还记得这个刘伯明上次一出去说老亮了，
对，哇，太漂亮了。现在应该是一个。
And from this angle of the camera, we could see astronauts coming out, coming outside, and this is actually at the shuttle area. So actually, you heard that the Tang Hongbo said that the Tang Hongbo saw Li Haisheng from the paramedic camera D. So Tang Hongbo inside the capsule, actually, he could see the live picture, the real-time picture.
看到我们的这个摄像机，还是非常的高清。
神舟12号可以打开服装照明灯，完毕。
So you could see that also our paramedic camera also provide a really high definition image. Because right now the astronauts in the shuttle area, so they need to also switch on the lightings on their spacesuits. We talk about we have a team on the ground to support astronauts to conduct their spacewalk. And also we hear that the people from the ground saying that the astronauts are good enough to switch on the lights on their suits.
对，你可以先放在这儿。
作业点的照明主要是靠服装的这个照明灯。
对，大家现在能够看到聂海胜的那个头盔两旁。
栋梁可以适当固定绞限位器，完毕。
So could see 聂海胜 actually could see the lights on.
是刘伯明在舱内， 他在等待着这个聂海胜在舱外完成。
Liu Boming, the astronaut 02, is still inside the capsule because the Tianhe, the astronaut 01, the first installed the food restraint and the workbench on the robotic arm. And after he finished all these works, then the second astronaut Liu Boming could come outside.
就上次他回来了以后，就把这个座儿放在了这个舱外，
对，
是
要把绞线放在舱外，
不必每次都带回来。
对，所以整个的这个流程也是非常的越来越优化哈。
对对对。
这都保险也保险上了，会拉一下，感受一下拉一下。
好看，它也装上以后，它也进行了一下拉动。这样它主要的目的呢是看这个安装的稳固性。因为
So after the astronauts Liu Boming installed the food restraint, they also need to test the stability of the food restraint, because later on the astronaut Liu Boming need to stand on that food restraint to conduct the tasks.
装完绞线以后，他现在就要去装工作台。
绞线位器安装完毕。
And after finishing the installation of food restraint, and then Nie Haisheng also need to right now install the workbench on the robotic arm. So once again, that the foot restrict basically is the board for the astronaut to stand on, and then they also need to install the workbench on the robotic arm. So anything the astronauts need to perform their tasks for the spacewalk, they talk about the parts, the tools. They also need to wear this time with them, and also we talk about the belts, because all these things need to be locked. So it's not really reliable, it's not really feasible for astronauts to carry all these tools or parts with them. So they need to have a workbench, so the astronauts can put all these parts, tools, equipment on the workbench on the robotic arm, so the robotic arm can deliver the astronauts with all these equipment and the parts to the designated working position. So you could see actually we only need to have this hook. And actually the color of the hook is different. So for the astronauts, in the color yellow, the color red and blue, and for the parts, you could see that the color yellow. Actually, we design this in purpose. We talk about the human beings, we talk about our astronauts, we talk about all these parts, equipment, only that a hook. So use colors to identify whether this is for the parts, for the equipment, or for astronauts. So the astronauts also need to remember this so clearly, the color of different hook represents which item. So this time astronauts carried 9 cans of tools. So in total 12 tools with them to conduct the second spacewalk.
机械臂运动至上臂构型，指令发送开始。
现在就是聂海胜已经把在舱门口所有的绞线啊、工具啊、工作台都装好了，他准备去。
So Nie Haisheng finished the old work, and then he's ready to coming to the designated working space, and we could see that's the Earth from this angle. And this is the footage we got this morning. 2 astronauts, Nie Haisheng and Liu Boming, conduct the spacewalk. That's the second extracubicular activities. And astronauts Tang Hongbo remain inside the capsule to provide assistance to the 2 astronauts. And for the Nie Haisheng, he first installed the restraints and workbench on the robotic arm. And then the astronauts Liu Boming came outside. So 2 main tasks this time. So the first is to install the extended pump site. Another job is to lift the parametric camera D. And you could see Nie Haisheng right now approaching to the robotic arm, and he need to put his foot on that foot restraint. And also it's not an easy job because of the spacesuits. Actually, astronauts can really see his foot. So actually, they had trained many times for astronauts how to stand on that food string. And actually, because of the spacesuits, actually astronauts only can see their hands. And Tang Hongbo and Liu Boming right now, they're all still inside the capsule. They can provide the suggestion to the astronauts, Nie Haisheng. And you could see Nie Haisheng already stand on the food restraint, and Nie Haisheng actually with right color and right hook. So this is also one of the key milestones. So the astronauts stand successfully on the food restraint, and then the robotic arm will then move to another position. For astronauts, they need to rely on the holder at the hatch to help themselves stand. First to come out of the capsule and then stand on the robotic arm. And then the robotic arm will move to the position to get all the tools. So the robotic arm move to the robotic arm to the position to get on board the tools. Actually, we talk about each and every operation actually that order issued by the ground team. So we talk about the robotic arm. It play a key role to help the astronaut to perform the spacewalk, but actually it's not an easy job to operate the robotic arm. So that's the cooperation between the space and the ground, and also between the 3 astronauts inside and outside the capsule. And also need to place a close eye to see whether that the robotic arm operates in a smooth and a safe manner, and also they need to prevent a collision with the floating debris. So this is actually the work and the really good chemicals going on between the space and the ground. And also look at this box. Actually, this is the extended pump site. And Liu Boming bring that site to astronauts.
我们可以基本上认为它是一个小型的打印机的这么一个大小。家用打印机的那个大小尺寸。它的重量呢，基本上有。
So think about this. The size is just like your home printer.
基本到达了不
轻啊。
So that's around 35 kg.
是的，是的。
在太空虽然没有这个。
我给你扶着。
请检查设备与工具是否安装到位，确认安全带与舱体无连接。完毕。
设备与工具安装到位，安全带与舱体无连接。完毕。
曙光明白。
这是一个确认过程，因为下一步机械臂就要运动。
So right now the check
是地面在跟聂海胜
and confirm
因为下一步的大范围
that the equipment
通过指令序列来控制机械臂。
So the ground check with astronauts Tianhe Haisheng to see whether the equipment will
作业点作业所需要带的东西
on the robotic arm, and actually there's no safety belt linked between the robotic arm and the capsule. So they need to make sure that it is all clear, and then the ground will continue, proceed to the next step. So they will then bring the robotic arm to the designated position. And this is astronaut Liu Boming right now also outside the capsule.
所承担的任务，或者说他的任务更像是上一次的汤洪波。对。
For the job, Liu Boming is more or less the same job performed last time by astronauts Tang Hongbo.
好的，我们刚刚和大家一起来看到的是稍早前的一个实时画面，应该是在8点多。
All right, just now we brought into you that the earlier footage. That's around 8:38. Astronauts Ni Haisheng opened the hatch, and around 10:12 a.m. Beijing time, the two astronauts all right now went outside. So we could tell actually all the procedures right now is very smooth. So this is the second EVA. And it's a very good start. It's a perfect startup. So we talk about, for myself, it's actually aligned with my expectation. So for the first spacewalk, the crew and also the ground team actually did really detailed analysis. We review the whole procedures to look a place for further improvements. And actually, you could tell that all adjusted. This time, we talk about the whole procedures arrangement, and also the cooperation among the astronauts. And astronauts Liu Boming also did his improvement plan provided to the ground staff. Actually, with all these efforts, you could tell actually we had a really good start for the second spacewalk.
所有东西的这种摆放就更加的优化一镜到底，行云流水。
是的，是的。
张乔评价一下啊。
这回表现的就像刚才王总说的，真是非常的完美。其实第一次出舱任务完毕之
So
后
we could tell this time actually it's perfect start.
各大系统也均进行了复盘，对航天系统、空间站系统各个的部件、系统、程序、协同均进行了优化。
After the first spacewalk, actually different departments. We talk about departments in charge of the spacewalk, department in charge of astronauts, department in charge of the space ground communication. Actually, we all did the review. Also, we talk about actually to the details, like we need to put the tool on the right-hand side for the astronauts or the left-hand side of the astronauts. Actually, we all made these detailed improvements.
因为原来是我们在地面原来最早设计的就是挂钩挂在那里，但是太空中由于节点舱很小，这个挂钩呢它又有一定的长度，有细绳嘛，它会飘在空中，就是占据了这个作业空间，导致这个。
And also for astronauts, they also provided their suggestions.
胶带纸啊，用什么这些细绳啊等等，做了一些非常这个便宜的。自制工具啊，自制措施来束缚这些，都是很方便的。
And also astronauts actually they also self-made some tools to facilitate the spacewalk. we talk about that not only depend on smooth cooperation between the Earth and the space, and also for astronauts themselves, actually they know exactly that the details, actually how to improve the details, actually that they really play a larger role to improve the whole procedures for the spacewalk. So this is a second EVA for the Shenzhou-12 crew. And also we look at the task they need to perform this time, how that different from the very first time. So this time the 3 astronauts also need to cooperate each other. 2 astronauts went outside and 1 astronaut stay inside to provide assistant work. And 3 works. First, install the extended pump site, lift the paramedic camera, and also install the toolkit. So still the same, the astronauts from the hatchway get outside, and also the robotic arm will bring 1 astronaut to the resource capsule and install the 2 extended pump. And then the astronauts still with the robotic arm back to the hatch. And around here, this position, we have the 4 paramedic camera. They need to lift the paramedic camera. That's camera D. And then look at this golden one. This is the toolkit. And they need to install the holder, so the astronauts can open the hatch from outside. So one task is the same as compared to the first EVA, is to lift the paramedic camera. Last time we lifted camera A, this time we lift camera D, and also this time we also need to install the extended pump site. So the astronauts Nian Haisheng moved to the end of the core module, Tianhe module, and the astronauts Liu Boming need to climb to the end of the capsule to cooperate with Nian Haisheng. And also we talk about that the pump side actually is the thermal control system. That's very important to astronauts for their longer term stay in the space. So talk about air conditioning. So that helps to control the temperature. So that's play a key role in our day-to-day life. And we also have a set of the temperature control system. So that's the air conditioning.
没有了大气层的保护，太阳直射区域的航天器表面温度最高可以达到150度以上。 So
the highest temperature can reach to 150 degrees Celsius. And in the shadow area, the temperature can drop to the negative 100 degrees Celsius. And we need to make sure that the temperature is well controlled so the astronauts can perform their job in the space. And we talk about this. The paths, the liquid actually is circulated. They bring the heat outside, and also they can heat the temperature up. So provide a enabling environment for the astronauts. So for the PAPs, it's like your blood. So your heart provides that a pump. Provide that energy for the blood to flow. And same here, and we also actually to install the extended pump side. So that's also one of the key tasks this time for the second spacewalk. And this is the core part of that, the thermal heat system. So the astronauts wear that a spacesuit, so that's also limit their flexibility of movement. So we need to make sure that's very easy to install. So in total 4 steps to install that extended pump site. So you need to 1 hook, 2 lock, 3 connection, and 4 link up. So this is actually the 4 orders for the astronauts to perform. The astronauts also give high feedback to this simplicity of installation.
在核心舱内已经有3个相同功能的循环泵在工作。这次在舱外安装的热泵是舱内循环泵的备份。
And inside the capsule, actually, there are 3 pumps. And for this one, that extended pump actually is the backup site. So if one of the pump is malfunction, then the extended pump can write in initiative and provide service. To give you the updated information, so contact Lao Chunyan.
完成的非常的顺利哈，到目前为止一切进展都是非常的顺利。刚刚就在北京时间11点左右，也就是说大概
So far so good.
航天员已经完成了
Around 11 o'clock Beijing time, 15 minutes ago, 2 astronauts actually already finished the first task. So the extended pump site already installed successfully, and right now they are moving to their second task. They have shown on board of the robotic arm, and Liu Boming still climb to the second position. And for the second job for them is to lift the paramedic camera. They actually 40 minutes ahead of the schedule.
两个比较有意思的小插曲哈。首先一个小插曲呢是大概在11点10分的左右哈，我们的地面指挥曙光啊，就向2名航天员喊话说，你们可以来一个。
11:10, our ground team told the astronauts that they can actually take a photo for each other.
空间站上哈，然后我们也看到了这个。
So Liu Boming
他是被固定在了这个机械臂上，看上去就
So
是
hanging with the capsule, and Ni Haisheng actually locked on the robotic arm. So it seems like standing on the robotic arm, and the background is our blue planet.
变异哈，所以这样的场景真的是非常的难得一见。那另外一个小插曲呢，就是在这个机械臂转移的过程当中，我们听到这个舱内的汤洪波还说了一句，说栋梁你现在已经是在这个原系统机柜的外面了。这句话呢是对这个刘伯明说的，所以非常的有意思哈。那现在目前来看呢，一切进展顺利，我们也不妨来看一下这个画面哈。我们看到这个航天服图像 A， 这是从聂海胜身上传回来的画面。
A task performed this time, and we could see that this is from the paramedic A, and this is actually the paramedic camera A lifted by the astronauts during their first EVA. And also this is from Liu Boming, actually Liu Boming, and this is from the camera equipped on the spacesuit. And also Liu Boming, the hook is in color blue, and astronauts Ni Haisheng in color white. So how do you evaluate so far the progress of the second spacewalk? And we have a special guest with us. Is Mr. Liu Weihong, the deputy chief designer. So we could tell actually everything within our plan. So we talk about that the astronauts actually performed really quick their task. Right now it's almost 40 minutes ahead of the schedule. So we talk about the spacewalk. Actually we're learning by doing, because we had the first EVA on July 4th. So the astronauts are quite familiar with this kind of task. So they have the expectations, and they have their plan, right? And based on the first EVA, and we actually reviewed and also improved the whole procedures. So we improved the efficiencies. Because of all these, this time we could see we have even smoother progress this time. So to you, what are the challenges? Well, this is the second spacewalk. It's the continued work on top of the first EVA. That's all within the schedule. So we verified part of the EVA procedure, and this time from another part or another angle, we also verified the technologies and procedures involved for EVA. So we talk about all these improvements should rely on the actual practice. The Tang Hongbo, for the first time, to check all the routes, and also for the workbench, also installed last time. Also, they practice installation of the food restrict and workbench on the robotic arm. And this time you could see actually for these two tasks, they finished really in a shorter time period. Last time we lifted paramedic camera A, and this time we just lift another camera, camera D. We have a different scheduled tasks. This time we saw that actually we had the extended pump site outside, so that's a quite a complex task. And we need to actually link the paths to the pump site. So for different kind of job, we need to verify it, then reach our designed purpose. So we verify the technologies and accumulate experience of spacewalk. And also this time, Nie Haisheng also performed the spacewalk. So make sure that all astronauts actually equipped with that capability of EVA. So this time I see that everyone just really calm compared to the first EVA. So the previous one, it seems like everyone's still quite nervous, right? So last time everyone saw this big pressure, the quite complex tasks, especially that the procedure time between the space and ground actually is we not really have a clear idea, and actually based on our analysis, it's on the first EVA and also our communication with astronauts, we know more about the full picture and the knowledge. So that's why we're quite calm this time. As Mr. Liu introduced, actually this time we can tell you this time the people right now at the center, they quite relaxed this time compared to the previous one. Right now, the robotic arm getting back to the central position, and then head to the next working station. And this is from astronaut Liu Boming, because the color in blue hook, that's astronaut number 2, that's astronaut Liu Boming. So the coming up task for them is to lift the paramedic camera D.
挺有意思啊，大家还会有一些小小的交谈哈，可以听得到哈，他们现在的这个心情都比较放松哈，因为已经熟门熟路了，有一种熟门熟路的感觉哈。而且我发现还有一个特点，就是在上一次出舱作业的时候，我们听到不管是地面还是这个舱内的 So
it's not only for the ground staff, actually astronauts are also quite calm performing the task. So you could tell actually at this time everyone is so familiar with the whole procedures. Of course, we'll keep you updated. So right now we could see that the second spacewalk is proceeding very smoothly, and also the two astronauts actually also compete with themselves, who arrived at the second position early. So we talk about actually the astronaut Liu Boming is really physical strength consuming for him at this time, because he needs to climb to the working position. So look at the routes this time. So we just saw the footage of 2 astronauts getting outside. So the astronauts standing on the robotic arm, and this is Liu Haisheng, and for Liu Boming need to climb outside. So for the whole working routes, so you could see the robotic arm going down and then approaching to the working position for the extended pump site installation. And for Liu Boming climb to the position.
空间站的两边，
这个路线设计也是互不干扰。
对，这个路径设计也是基于安全性的考虑吧。因为毕竟
So the route design, actually, you could tell actually the 2 astronauts not to use the same routes. So it seems like actually this whole thing actually happened really fast, but actually for Liu Boming, every step he needs to unhook and then hook again to make sure himself is very safe along the whole journey. And Tao Hongbo this time inside the capsule to operate the robotic arm. And this is our astronaut Tao Hongbo inside the capsule. So the operation of robotic arm need to depend on the smooth cooperation between the Earth and the ground team, as well as the cooperation inside and outside the capsule. So the very tiny adjustment, the precise adjustment, actually depend on Tang Hongbo, because the ground staff cannot really provide any additional support. So that's depend on the astronauts. So that's why we could see that actually in front of astronauts Tang Hongbo there are so many screens in front of him, because he need to put a close eye on all the screens. So in total 4 big screens, 3 out of them actually the live images, another screen provides the index, and for a laptop, in addition, provide the index and data. So the astronaut Tang Hongbo inside the capsule can see a real-time picture of 2 astronauts working outside, and also can see the simulation on the laptop. So right now the 2 astronauts already finished the first scheduled task, which is to install the extended pump site. Right now they are moving to the second working position to lift the paramedic camera D. So talk about the extended pump site. This is the core part of the thermal control system for the space station. So we cannot really install that extended pump site when launching a Shenzhou or the core module. So the cargo ship actually brought that extended pump site to the space, and 2 astronauts need to install the extended pump site. So right now this is the position. Right now they worked on to install that extended pump site. So this position here, this here. Right, there's the position to install. That's the A2. Near that's the A2 gray part. So the astronauts need to install that the extended pump site. So the benefit. The first, of course, they have that pump site working right now. Right now we have pump site working, yes. And also we install this extended pump site.
对，这
So
也
these
是
can
空间
be
站哈，这个航天员出舱
actually
一个
fixed
重要的任务，
or
建造，
they
就
can
是
do
组
the
装建造。
maintenance
那么这
work
扩展泵组就是最
on
典
this
型
extended
的、
pump
最核
site.
心的一个。
So we talk about that
12
the
任务里边
install
一个组装任务。
and construct a space station.
对，
So we talk
太空
about
建筑师。
that the installation work. This is one of their key jobs this time
是的，是这么
for
回
the
事
crew.
刚才咱们那个
So right now we yes have the working pump
进
sites.
行过介绍。咱们的热控系统呢，是类似于指咱们的一个空调，而这个空调里
So
面
the
最核心
a
的就是
thermal
我的
control
心
system
脏，我的心
like
脏
the
需要
air conditioning,
相应
right?
的血液。
So
就
the
是我们现在
core
画面当中看
part
到的这个心脏是吧？
对，
这是我们的心脏。对，而实际上呢，
is this one. You can consider this is the heart of the whole system.
并且咱们核心舱在轨已经成功的
We
运行了
have
110多天，这个泵的工作也是非常正常的。只不过刚才王总说的，这个
Right
泵
now, the
安
A
装在
core
哪
module
安装在
actually is
我们
already
大轴的
running
后推
smoothly for
它被我们的资
110
源仓
days.
所罩住
And for
了
this
这个
one,
呢
this
是
is
我们航天
extended
员
pump
是
site
无法到达的。
actually that
因此，为
installed.
了空间站的长寿命、高可靠的运行，我们呢就把一个扩展泵组
outside and also in order to make sure that a space station can operate in space sustainably, we installed these backup extended pump site. Because right now the working pump site actually covered,
可维护的这么一个状态。
so the astronauts could not reach all these pump sites. But for this one, actually astronauts can reach it, can fix it if anything happened.
所有的很多的系统，它其实都是有备份的，是的啊，包括这样的一个空调的热控系统。
So we talk about a lot of systems actually, they all have their backup plan, right? So this one is for the thermal system.
说在太空当中比较困难的一些点。
扩展泵组它刚才说了哈。
So what's the most difficult part?
50多厘米，50多厘米，50
install this extended pump site.
然后
First, we look at the size.
那么需要航天员通过机械臂携带到这个作业点。其实
And also the weight is around 35 kg. And the astronauts need to use a robotic arm to bring this to designated position. And because of gravity-free environment, astronauts actually can control and operate these weight and size of the object.
那么操作来说就不能要求太复杂了，因为这个航天员
And this is the core part of the thermal system, and we could not really let the astronauts conduct so complex operation because astronauts wearing spacesuits, so their flexibility of movement actually is limited, and we need to make sure that astronauts can finish all this installation work in a safe and efficient manner. So when the astronauts arrived at the working position, Ni Haisheng need to know exactly where we need to put this on.
上身它又是一个面窗和躯干都是一个一体化的设计，所以它并不能很自如的，就是哪儿都能看，所以那么。
So we talk about the helmet and the upper body of the spacesuit actually in one piece. So the astronauts cannot really move too much. And also we talk about that the astronauts need to first know exactly the position to fix it or the place to put the extended pump site. And when you put the pump site, you cannot free your hands. Otherwise, that the pump site will float. Right, so you need to first put on the designated position and then lock it right away.
装一些东西，它固定嘛，它可能还需要螺丝、拧啊什么的，这些空间站上都不用。
是需要的，但是这个扩展泵组它没有采用螺丝的方式，这也是它比较这个跟其他上次的这个。 全景 A 的安装是有区别的，它没有采用螺丝。
And how to fix it?
它用钩子勾住，然后下边有个锁，再操作一下。
We not use screw, we use hook.
可以进行电路。
And this is also a lock. underneath, so that the astronauts need to put it to the position and lock it, and then the astronauts will connect that the a pump side to link to the pipeline. So that can connect the electricity and also the liquid, and also the ground staff will help to test the installation of the extended pump side. So we talk about that, the whole performance, the function. So also inside the pump A and pump B, the ground staff actually is their job to control and test the function. So this actually testing can start right away. So that's why we talk about this is the communication and cooperation between the space and the ground. And once again, to our viewers, this is the live coverage brought to you by CGTN New Media, and to your information, according to CMSA, and 8:38 this morning Beijing time, astronaut Tianhe Haisheng successfully opened the hatch. And as of 10:12, astronauts Nie Haisheng and astronauts Liu Boming wore the self-developed spacesuits, successfully went outside the capsule and also finished installing the foot restraint and workbench on the robotic arm, and also finished the first scheduled task of installing the extended pump side. Right now they are moving to their second task to lift the paramedic camera, and astronauts Liu Boming stay inside the capsule to operate the robotic arm. So for the second scheduled task is to lift the paramedic camera D, and for the first spacewalk, they conduct a similar job, that's to lift the paramedic camera A. So let's do a comparison here. On the left-hand side, so this is before lifting, and this is the footage from camera A. On the right-hand side, this is after lifting.
整个的视角也是更广了一些。其实呢，全景摄像机 D 拍摄的画面呢，在神舟12号航天员第一次出舱活动当中
，so provide a wider angle of image after lifting.
在看到的这个摄像机，我们看到呢，这个机位
So for camera D, actually, this is the footage. This is a picture captured by camera D on July 4th during the first EVA.
今天关注我们节目的细心观众，也许已经发现了这个机位拍摄的画面，在刚刚播放的第二次出舱活动的实况当中也是出现了。那么今天全景摄像机 D，
and also this morning actually at the footage of the two astronauts coming out of the capsule actually also provided by camera D, and camera D is also the one to be lifted today. So why we need to lift the paramedic camera and how to lift it? So the paramedic camera actually to monitor the operation of the robotic arm and also the work of the astronauts. So it's provided as the eyes, so it can capture more information for us, and also the footage, the image. It's really helpful for the ground staff and the astronauts to know the operation of the complex. So the astronauts need to go outside to lift the paramedic camera. And last time we already know that it provided a really good image after lifting, and for the camera actually installed on the walls. So the variety of cameras have been installed inside and outside the space station that can transmit images of the space station in real time for the ground staff.
这个就是我们的全景相机抬升支架，因为在发射的时候，我们的全景相机有包括限制。 lifting holder, because during the launch and because of limitation we cannot really lift the paramedic camera during the launch of the space vehicle. So that is why astronauts need to go outside to install that holder. or stand of the camera. So this is a stand or the holder for the camera. So astronauts just hold it and just with one hand, astronauts press it, lock it. So could see there's no potential floating issues. So we talk about the lifting the parametric camera D. So during the first spacewalk, the 2 astronauts already finished the lifting of parametric camera A. And then we look at how the 2 astronauts come into the position for camera D. So camera D actually quite close to the hatch. So you could see right now the 2 astronauts have finished the first task. So this is astronauts Tianhe. So this is robotic arm. So basically the same way going back because camera D is very close to the hatch. So why we're going to this far to finish the first task? We talk about that's the priority of a task. We extended the pump site. We must install it. And then you could see that back to the second position. So this is quite near the hatch. And then Liu Buming also to the position to lift the parametric camera.
但是这一次的这个出舱任务的整体的路线应该是比上一次略微要远一点，是吧？
也差不多，因为刚才其实
We talk about the route this time for the second EVA, a little far compared to the first EVA.
上一次汤洪波就已经到了扩展泵组的这个地方，
对，它有一个应急演练，
对。
Actually, Tang Hongbo already arrived at the position for that extended pump site. So last time, because he basically to test the water, to clear the route, to see whether it successfully can reach this position. So that's also part of the job done at the first EVA, and that's also paved the way for this time, the second EVA. So you could see the astronauts successfully finish the first task. And to lift the parametric camera as the second task. So we have the A, B, C, D, 4 parametric cameras. So that's the 4 parametric cameras outside the cabin have a real-time imaging function of a 360-degree parametric field of view. So you could see this is D, right? This is D, quite close to the hatch. And the other 3,
这边有一个，之后呢，在我的大柱段的后侧，它还有一个，基本上就是咱们的4个，有全景摄像机。这个全景摄像机刚才在片中也说，咱们受咱们的运载的。
At the end of the core module, so we talk about in total 4 parametric cameras.
镜头呢还是比较浅一些，为了更加方便的支持咱们舱外的作业和活动，以及让航天员通过我的屏幕中能看到、可观测到更大的视角。因此呢，我们对每一个摄像机均设计了。
So in order to provide a wider angle of image, so for each camera, actually we had a stand or a holder.
的市场能够完全的覆盖我们后续的任务，并且地面的设计和
So that's kind of after lifting that can lift by 20 millimeters, and also we had a lot of verification on ground. We talk about just 20 millimeters. It's not really high, right? But we talk about the paramedic A, that's before and after. I can tell it provide really wider angle. So we talk about to lift that the paramedic angle actually is enough to provide a good angle of images for the following up tasks. And we talk about the camera actually is provide really good information. So we need to establish the robotic arm operation to check that the position of the robotic arm. So we have a better sense of the movement of the robotic arm. And also for the safety issue as well. And for the robotic arm, actually, it's played a key role last time, and because it's the supported astronauts successfully finish all the scheduled tasks. On July 4th, 2021, is the first time the Liu Boming astronauts work with the robotic arm to finish the tasks. So we could see that the most intelligent, complex, and technological challenging robotic arm. And the country has developed the first to function long-term in orbit. So all in all, everything reached our expectation. So it's a perfect space mission done by the robotic arm. And also before we have done a lot of experiments underwater, and also we have done the rehearsals and simulations. So could see that the whole space function, and also look at all these index, and also we need to think about how we can better improve the cooperation between the astronaut and the robotic arm. And also based on the experiments accumulated from the first spacewalk, and we also improve the function and performance of the robotic arm.
但通过优化设计，机械臂的工作效率将会有很大的提高。
And this time we talk about the second spacewalk. Actually, it's the longer routes or the longer working distance, and also longer working period.
规划完了之后，会进行这个干涉检查的这个计算，所以说保证这个路径也是比较安全的。
在后续任务中。
So make sure that the robotic arm can operate in a very smooth and safety manner. And also we talk about that the robotic arm can carry out the tasks including taking astronauts to their operation sites, carrying cargo, and checking the status of the capsule. And also later on, we'd like to link a smaller arm with the longer arm, so that also can be an extended robotic arm to perform more tasks. 聂海胜、刘伯明 and Tang Hongbo are the three astronauts for the Shenzhou-12 crew, and right now they have stayed in the space for 2 months. And what have they done in the past 2 months?
6月17号上午，神舟12号载人飞船发射升空，将聂海胜、刘伯明、汤洪波
June 17, 2021, Shenzhou-12 spaceship sent 3 space crews, sent 3 astronauts to China's space station. And also on the same day, we have seen that successfully the automatic rendezvous and maneuvering work. So these 3 astronauts already entered to the space station as a Tianhe core module. And you could see right now, this is the astronaut Nie Haisheng, appreciating the hard work made by the all teams involved. And also we talk about when you come to a new home, you need to really first unboxing and also to install Wi-Fi, the computers, to adjust the systems, and also to find the stuff you need.
体检，长期的太空生活，航天员的身体健康备受关注。
And so basically, you need to decorate your working and living space. And also we talk about that the health condition. For the astronauts, they cooperate with each other to draw the blood and also to check the fundoscopy or to check their fundulation. So they need to shut down all the lights to check their eyes. And this is also to check the bone loss, their bone density. And also work out. So for the muscle atrophy and bone loss actually are the frequent issues bothered the astronauts. So that is why you could see we have the special design the treadmill, and we look at the astronauts workouts. So the astronauts locked onto the treadmill, so create that the gravity environment. Or we also have a bicycle there. So this also helps the astronauts to adjust their cardiovascular system, and also we have that the masks, so the astronauts can also to train their cardiopulmonary health. And we also have these belt stretch. And also during the Tokyo Olympic 2020, the astronauts also enjoyed the games in the space. So they actually watch the Olympic Games during their leisure time. So the Chinese athletes challenged themselves, created many new records. The communication competition to really show their strengths, and they fight for their score, and that's the spirit of Olympics. And also experiments. The astronauts also installed that the instruments. And astronauts also need to first install, like this one is the centrifugal machine, and this is the centrifuge, and also the refrigerator, and also have a different the fridge, and that the fridge actually dedicated to store the medical samples. So more experiments can be expected be done in the space station. So Niehai-sheng Liu Boming right now outside the capsule to conduct the second spacewalk, and the astronauts Tang Hongbo inside the capsule to provide assistance work. So three tasks: first, install the expanded pump site; second, lift the panoramic camera D; and third, install the two kits. Right now, the two astronauts already finished the first task. And also, we'll always keep you updated. Please always stay tuned with CGTN New Media. We'll bring you the updated information about the astronauts' second EVA.
请您欣赏吗？
要吃点啥吗？
我都带着，我有。哇塞，我给你准备到晚上，夜宵都有了。
我的妈呀，我太感动了呀！我说给你买点啥？
没有，这个老师能保证
饭不要吗？
在轨运行。因为我预计了8个小时，因为它是8个小时嘛，我已经预计了8个小时。
你咋消息这么灵通啊？是8个小时都知道？
网上写的，
都出了，之前不说。
真的吗？
你不会是昨天晚上就知道了吧？
因为上次是7个，这次其实我就预计确实差不多，对。但其实每次他不会就是播7个，他是属于那种他们出去了播一下，然后回来播一下，没了就没了。播的实的回来了。对，所以他基本上我觉得央视新闻可能就等下午回来的时候再说2句，就结束了。所以应该全都靠这垫着。
他演播室他也垫不出那么多东西，大屏啥也没话可说了已经。
我问。
透透气儿。
我要什么有什么。
行，跟我说了。
你要点什么吗？ all the viewers, welcome back and to stay tuned with our special coverage. And then just now, our 3 astronauts cooperated to conduct our second spacewalk. According to the latest information, according to CMSA, at 8:38 this morning, Beijing time, the astronauts successfully opened the hatch. As of 10:12, astronauts Tianhe and Liu Boming, wearing the self-developed space suit, went out and finished the scheduled task, including installing the food restraint and workbench on the robotic arm, and also with the help of the robotic arm, they finished the installation of the extended pump set. And Tang Hongbo this time stayed inside the space schedule and the space capsule and to give them the supporting work. And so far, they finished the installation of the extended pump set, and right now they're working on their second task of lifting the panoramic camera D. And with us also are 2 special guests. And so far, this is the second spacewalk conducted today on August 20th, 2021. This morning, 3 astronauts cooperated very smoothly and successfully completed the scheduled tasks. And for me, actually, the astronauts actually finished each and every step very fast because according to our knowledge, right now the astronauts actually around 40 minutes ahead of the schedule, which means that the astronauts are so familiar with the whole procedures and they quite confident. So you could see it actually they move in a very swift manner. So compared to the first spacewalk, you can tell actually everything went so smooth, and also because of the experiments accumulated based on the first EVA, and we know after the first EVA, actually the astronauts and also the ground staff actually reviewed and improved the whole procedures. That is why we could see a very efficient work this time for the second spacewalk. And last time actually is the first EVA, a lot of the supporting like holders, a lot of things need to install. And this time, because the last time paved the way, so we talk about the supporting holders actually all in position. So the challenge is different. So this time we look at the astronauts going outside. So last time actually astronauts going out in the shining area, and this time they went out in the shadow area. So the astronauts this time are going outside because last time that for the food restraint and workbench already installed on the robotic arm, but last time actually the first time to install these 2 things, so it's take a longer time. But actually when they finished their first spacewalk, so they just restore the food restraint and the workbench at the A2 box just next to the hatch. So this time you could see a lot of things actually could be done in an easier and faster manner. And also we talk about this time for the spacesuits actually for 3 astronauts they share 2 spacesuits based on the different emissions. And we talk about who should be the main astronauts who will wear the color red. So judging from these 2 missions, we could tell the main astronauts will be the one or is the one standing on the robotic arm. So that is why we could see at this time astronauts Tianhe wear the spacesuits in the color red. So that red color actually is on the hook. So judging from the color of the hook, you could tell us which astronaut. So for this hatch, actually that's we need to reach the same air pressure. So we need to vacuum the air.
So we talk about there are so many hatch. So it is the door to the cargo ship, the door to the spacecraft, or the core module Tianhe. So we need to have a really clear direction to say this door heading to which capsule.
更省时一些。应该说现在的这个出舱可能。 虽然并没有催促航天员啊，但是效率。
So we could still see this is the footage we got this morning. The two astronauts prepared themselves going outside to conduct the second EVA.
确实比第一次就7月4号出舱那次，效率好像高很多。除了刚才苏老师。
So compared to the first EVA on July 4th, we talk about that a lot of things done really fast.
熟悉了，他已经在这里生活60多天，对这个环境也熟悉了。
对，这打开舱门了哈。
对，
我看到这个舱。
Because they stay in this environment for 60 days already, so they must so familiar with a lot of things here.
保温层，这个呢主要是通过那种类似于海绵呀，这种装饰。
就是这个内部的这个包裹。
So we look at this, a soft.
这个是咱们能看见的这部分，只有在节点舱这边。
Covers. That's the part that we can see. That's more for the thermal purpose.
对，这种内饰的。
但是顶上是不是也是这种软包的？
咱们整个工作舱内现在都已经改进成了这种硬顶。硬顶，这样因为是适合这种长期的居住。咱们以前这个天宫1号，包括天宫2号。
And for the capsule or the core module, actually, the Tiangong 1, Tiangong 2. In order to save some weight, because it's also for the short-term stay in the space, so the roof actually is quite soft. But this time you could see the interior from the inside of the core module. Actually, we already changed that to the hard material. And also we look at it. We need to store the 2 spacesuits. So a lot of things actually for this part. Of the capsule, we make it in a softer manner, so a softer packaging or soft interior decorating, so that provide enough space for the 2 astronauts to put on their spacesuits.
它的主要的材料是什么呢？
And also we have a layer of soft material, so that help to really keep the warmth or keep the thermal for the capsule, and also when the spacecraft under the direct sunshine, and also help to block the heat. So we have that the thermal insulation installed. And we also have another layer for the purpose of the elemental oxygen or the atomic oxygen. And we also think about that the debris. And also we have that. We have that layer for the purpose of anti-collision.
能不能再介绍一下这个热循环这个扩展泵它起的什么作用？热循环。
So for the task list, we already checked the first item on this list, which is to install the extended pump set. We talk about that pump set. Actually, it's like the air conditioning. So basically, that helps to bring the heat inside of the capsule out. And we talk about there are the pipelines outside of the capsule, and also the pump actually that provided energy to make the air flow. We have the extended pump set because right now the capsule or the complex already in the space for 2 months. So we have the pump set in service, and this extended pump set actually is the backup set and also for the purpose of long-term stay, because we talk about that space station that should be in a sustainable manner. And also we need to protect are the astronauts, make sure that they have quite a safe stay in the space. And also we talk about this kind of extended pump site. Actually, the astronauts can do the maintenance and fix work on this pump site. So we talk about in order to maintain the constant temperature, we need to rely on that extended pump site. So we talk about temperature around 20 degrees Celsius. And also the astronauts actually can change the temperature. Sometimes they look at their wear tees, and sometimes they wear vests, so they can adjust the temperature. So no matter in the shadow area or in the sun shining area, actually the temperature is constant. And same for different capsule. And also for different capsule, they can also control their temperature. And for astronauts, if they would like to sleep in a colder environment, they also can change that temperature. And you look at it on the left-hand side, this window, actually that's also from this morning, the second EVA. And the astronauts Ni Haisheng installed the foot restraint and a workbench on the robotic arm, so he could stand on the robotic arm to conduct the following work. And for the astronauts, they always have this safety belt, that hook. And also that hook not only for astronauts, and also for each and every item tools, they all have their own hook. So make sure that, because it's gravity free, so we need to make sure that no item flying away. So the hook actually in different colors, so we could tell that the hook red is for astronauts Ni Haisheng, hook blue that's for astronauts Liu Boming, and the hook yellow that's for tools or equipment. And we make sure that the astronauts can hold tight the tools and equipment, so the equipment should be really easy to hold. So the astronauts can really capture that hook and also the equipment, and also easy for them to hold, and also need to think about the safety. So the top priority is to make sure that the astronauts can hold tight the equipment. And we have a lot of buttons, and also like the button actually is in a larger size. So we talk about, especially you look at astronauts wearing gloves, so we need to make sure a lot of things are actually in a larger size, so the astronauts can hold them very tightly. And it was like when the first hold the tools, you need to first lock the hook and finish the work. They unhook and then put it on the holder. And you could see that's the robotic arm. And also could see that real-time communication happened between the Earth and space, and also we look at the robotic arm and the astronauts, they also cooperate seamlessly, and also very smooth communication and the cooperation also happened between astronauts and the ground staff. That's a must. So, and also Tang Hongbo as well as the communication among astronauts. These 3 astronauts also need to work in a very good chemical. So we talk about that, need to rely on the intermediate satellite to build up that communication bridge. And same for that Tianhe-12, we also use the intermediate satellite because the Tianhe probe launched at the far side of the moon.
咱们现在整个的这个空间站都是以这个天基测控，我们叫天基测控这一套为主的。
Or we talk about that's the relay satellite.
中继卫星接续的去为这个。
And right now we also have the
这个它有两个好处。
a set of relay satellites, so they can provide
无论它飞到什么位置。 我们都可以收到它的这个信号。
A very fast communication, so make sure that no matter no matter which position it flies, and we always can capture the signal. And look at this DA1080p high definition picture without the help of the relay satellite. Actually, we could not really see this so clear picture. And also for astronauts, they also can see live Olympic Games, Tokyo 2020. Actually, they also can see a very high definition games. They either can watch on live, and if it's off work day.
就是虽然他
We
们
can
在
see
上
a lot
面
of
每天
games
就
and
是
also
做
watch
10次
news.
但是作息的话还是按照地面的这个作息的时间来安排的哈。
对，跟北京时间一起。因为地面的有大量的工作人员要跟他们做配合。
So it's around.
刚才老师说也是他们中午午休也是2点半上班。
90 minutes for the complex fly.
他们在空间站的话，
run round
自己的相对来说隐私的区域嘛，就是他们。 因为有各种的摄像设备嘛，可以看到他们的工作。
And for astronauts, actually, their work routine is the same as the ground staff, and they also actually have to take a nap at the noon time. And we have the different zones and the capsule. And also we have the sleeping capsule. For each capsule, they have their own room.
这个空间大小就有点像我们火车那个卧铺。
For sure, confidential, so that's kept as their private.
以前我们可能都是睡袋都是竖着的，因为当时空间是比较有限的。
这是汤洪波在。
So before, the astronauts only could sleep in the sleeping bag, and this time actually they have a bag, so they can really lying down.
自主控制的照明系统 LED 的系统之外，它还有一些情景，可以根据自己的不同的情景。
For LED lighting system, and also for the different scenarios, like for working out, for sleeping, for taking rest, the lighting actually you can change for different scenario.
发光的感觉是太阳反射的光线。
是橘色的，
橘色的，
而且非常轻薄的这种太阳衣。
柔性太阳衣，它就像一个我们叫电池毯，它其实很薄，很轻，
非常轻薄。
它整个折叠起来，整个厚度也不过10几厘米。
And we also could see that the solar panel, or called that the flexible solar wing.
位于两边吗？这个刚才是在位于两边。
都是。
这个也在两边，
也是在两边啊。
平衡，也是在两边。
它这个是结构形式。
It's also at the as the wing, so at both sides.
就是重量轻了它靠这种柔性的方式。
可能刚才那个画面，它是因为是那个全景。
So it's lighter weight compared to the wings installed on the satellite.
应该是刘伯明，他也是准备出舱的。
他是今天上午10点多。
And this is astronaut Liu Boming this morning.
这个航天服。
So this morning around 10:12. Beijing time, a second astronaut Liu Boming went out. Went outside. And also this is the newly generation of spacesuits. So for the astronauts, actually, we open the bag. So that's also the place for astronauts to get inside the spacesuit. So it's actually one piece. So during their day-to-day training, just within 3 minutes, they can finish all the wearing spacesuit work. And this is the extended pump site. So Liu Boming inside the capsule brought this to astronauts 聂海胜
So you could see that we have the holder installed on that top side. So for all this design, actually very sweet, because we need to consider that the requirements of the astronauts, because they need to have that really easy holder so they can carry it, put on the robotic arm, because right now you could see that Nianhe Haisheng actually stood on the robotic arm. So he received at the pump site, and then the robotic arm brought the astronauts Nianhe Haisheng on that pump site to designate the working station. And we look at the previous generation of spacesuits, because right now the astronauts wearing the newly generation self-developed spacesuits. So we look at the previous ones. Here we have that the picture. We don't know whether our viewers can see it clearly. And you can see Zhai Zhigang. Actually, we cannot really have a clear picture because back then we didn't have that the relay satellite to bring us the high definition picture. But this is actually the early generation of the spacesuits. And we have that the belt. So that's a safety belt. Make sure our astronauts have the oxygen when they perform the spacewalk. So we also call this because right now we do not need to have that. We have the backpack, so that bag provides oxygen and also the life supporting the materials. But actually before that, the only line, the belt, we talk about that's the umbilical. So that umbilical cord, that's the first generation of the spacesuit. So through that umbilical cord provided oxygen to the astronauts, and also because that the old generation spacesuit astronauts could not really perform long hours spacewalk. But look at the generation, the newly generation of spacesuits, our astronauts can conduct 7 hours or 8 hours spacewalk.
second time to conduct the extracurricular activities. And Nie Haisheng, Liu Boming right now outside doing the extracurricular work, and the Tang Hongbo inside the capsule to provide supporting work. 3 jobs this time. First, to install the extended pump site, and it lift the parametric camera D. And third, to install the toolbox. For the updated information, so talking about the astronauts, let's first look at the big screen to give you the live coverage. This is the live picture, and this is from the camera Liu Boming's space suit. And Liu Boming right now around 12:40 Beijing time back to the capsule. We could see right now Nie Haisheng also off the robotic arm and also put this safety belt to the holder at the hatch. So each and every movement actually is the result of the smooth cooperation among astronauts. And because of the spacesuits, actually Nie Haisheng only can see his hand. So the other 2 astronauts also help him to position his foot. And you can see right now he's putting his hand on the holder. And this is a holder actually just in front of the hatch. The 2 astronauts this morning finished all the procedures, getting back to the hatch. So the robotic arm need to back to this standby position. The safety belt need to be removed, and also the food stand need to remove. And this is a set of the procedures. And also they need to put another side of the food tray and the workbench to the nearby toolbox, because we talk about every spacewalk actually accumulate experiments of the extracurricular activities and also pave the way for the next activities. And also just now, the 2 astronauts also extend their heartfelt gratitude to all the ground staffs for their hard work and also the arduous efforts. And also the ground efforts also say a big thank you back. Right now they are doing a finishing work to get back inside the hatch. And also let me give the viewers a close shot of the ground staff. And to all these graph, actually look at the people here working at this center. They all here on the position from 3:30 a.m. this morning. And also our extras also got up this morning at around 3 a.m. So look at, they actually put so close attention to each and every movement made by the astronauts. And compared to the first spacewalk last time, because it's the very first time for the China's the Shenzhou-12 crew, and also for the very first time for the space station. So a lot of people actually, they have a really serious facial expression. They have a lot of discussions, finding solutions. But look at this time, everyone just so calm, a little bit relaxed. I believe with the further progress of construction of the China's space station, we will accumulate more experience. Well, for sure, a lot of things will be more mature. We talk about astronauts, and also the researchers will be more confident in what they are doing. So this is the updated information regarding the astronauts, and also with our 2 guests. Madame Wang Chonghui, the Deputy Chief Designer, and also Mr. Zhang Qiao, also the designer. Just now we received the announcement from the China Manned Space Agency, and also they sent us the footage here. So we're looking at this is the earlier footage.
这个应该是他从那个出舱口往扩展泵组运动吗？是的，因为是的，出舱口的方向。对对对。 这是刚刚出舱，这个刘伯明刚刚出舱，对，然后
This is Liu Boming. The actor Liu Boming he just came out of the hatch and climbed to the first working position. Actually, that's the route actually tested by astronaut Tang Hongbo in his first EVA. So basically, Tang Hongbo in the first spacewalk actually already checked and verified the routes for astronauts Liu Boming this time. So we talk about astronauts Nie Haisheng actually boarded on the robotic arm, and Liu Boming need to climb to the position.
你看，在上午的我们在说的过程中也说啊，航天员在舱外运动的时候，因为失重的原因啊，他一定要时时。
So you could see that astronauts for each and every movement, each step, they need to lock themselves to the holder. So this hook, and also we'll talk about the in color blue that represents the astronauts Liu Boming. So they need to first secure themselves to the hook, to the holder, and then move forward. We talk about the handrail actually also need to provide that comfortable match to the glove, so that do not need to make because we talk about the astronauts Liu Boming need to climb all the way to the working station. So for all these handrail need to be really comfortable and also easy to reach, easy to hold, and easy to put the hook on and off. So this is a really special design according to astronauts' needs.
这个其实是就是人机协同和人协同的一个非常好的体现。航天员 B 呢是通过攀爬过去，航天员 A 呢是通过乘坐机械臂过去。对。那么为了使得这两个航天员
So we talk about the astronauts Nie Haisheng on board on the robotic arm, and astronaut Liu Boming need to climb to the working position. So we need to make sure that these two astronauts could arrive at the working position more or less the same time. So we talk about the astronauts on the position A, B, C. So we check for each milestone, saying that the astronauts on the robotic arm arrive at position A. So we need to announce that. So the astronauts inside and outside the capsule or the space station, and also the ground staff need to all check, make sure everyone on the same page. We talk about robotic arm actually can move in a very faster speed, but considering the safety of the astronauts, we not move the robotic arm in a faster speed. So just 1/5 or 1/6 of the design speed. So for each milestone, we talk about the position A check, position B check, position C check. So that's to make sure that the two astronauts need to check their speed, and also also need to check between the space and the Earth. So the ground staff also need to cooperate with the astronauts on the robotic arm to control the robotic arm to move in a smooth and safety manner. And also we talk about this is the time when we position these extended pump set. So we need to make sure that we not really put the astronauts linked to the handrail. Also talk about this extended pump set when we put to the position, and very soon the next step we need to lock these pump set. So that's why we also send 2 astronauts cooperate outside the capsule. So when the astronauts position the pump site, and the other astronauts help to see whether it's a targeted position, and also to check whether a hook actually linked to the handrail, and also the extended pump site is fixed and locked. So this is actually the process this morning when the two astronauts conducting their first scheduled task, which is to install the extended pump set. And also this is a lifted Paramedic A last time during the first spacewalk. So you could see after lifting, the Paramedic camera A can provide wider angle, so we could capture the robotic arm and also the astronaut. So we could also hear that a order from the ground crew. And also for the astronauts Tianhe on the robotic arm, he maybe also encountered a blind spot, so that's why he also asked the help from the other astronaut Liu Boming to check the position.
刘伯明是等于是在侧面，是吧？他能够更好的看清楚这两个的相对位置关系。
是的，是的，是的，是的。刚才那个曙光岗说。
So Liu Boming astronauts Liu Boming actually stand at the side of the extended pump site, so he actually had a clearer visual of the position, whether the astronauts Liu Boming actually put the pump site to the designated spot.
那么曙光岗这个指令的发出，就意味着这个控制权已经转交到这个天上了。
And also we talk about when the robotic arm is moving, the ground staff actually cannot control the robotic arm. And who can control it? Actually, the two astronauts need to cooperate with astronauts. Tang Hongbo actually is inside the capsule, and he actually is the one control the moving robotic arm to adjust the position.
曙光明白。
他报告接通，地上会判读电路是否连好了。
地上马上就能够看到相关的这个
相应的遥测信息。
So the astronauts put and locked the extended pump site. So after installed, and then the ground staff can start to check the electricity linkage and also the pump line linkage with this extended pump site. And also we could hear that the electricity is checked. So after first installed this extended pump set, the circuit, the electric circuit, successfully linked, and that's already checked and verified by the ground staff. And then we talk about the control power right now not belong to the ground staff, actually that belong to Tang Hongbo inside the capsule. And he actually is the one to control the robotic arm for really precise adjustment. So after installation of the extended pump site, and the two astronauts actually can rest a little bit and then start the second scheduled tasks. So the ground staff also at the same time started to verify and tested the just installed extended pump site. So we need to have that 360-degree check of that installed extended pump set, because this is the backup pump site. So the ground staff need to check the function of that just installed one.
就是动两哈，刘伯明先到这个作业点，先把这个多层撕下来，等到这个看来是这个聂海生已经完成了这块的作业，准备离开去下一个作业点了。这时候刘伯明就把这个多层交给他，由这个机械臂的载物台，对，工作台。
So you could see that glittery, like a metallic look and feel cover. That's the cover actually before at the position of that, the installation of the extended pump set. So that's because the astronaut Liu Boming arrived early at the working position. So he actually removed that layer, and right now, because they finished the first task, so Liu Boming need to climb back to the next working position. So he passed that layer, that torn off layer, to the astronauts Nie Haisheng, because Nie Haisheng just standing on the robotic arm. So it doesn't really matter that he carry additional layer. So that's the astronaut Liu Boming passed that layer to the astronauts Nie Haisheng, and then Liu Boming right now also climb back to the second position, and that second working position actually near the hatch. And this actually, look at it, this is the A picture. This is so beautiful, and this is our astronaut standing on the robotic arm. That's astronaut Nie Haisheng, and from this angle, actually, that's from the astronaut Liu Boming's camera on its spacesuit with the Earth, our blue planet, as the background. And this is actually our astronaut Nie Haisheng in the standing vertical position. So they use their camera equipped on their spacesuit to take a picture for each other. Look at it, this is the best angle, and smell waving the hand. So this is from the angle of Liu Boming, and we could see that the person standing on the robotic arm, that's our astronauts Nie Haisheng. So this is so beautiful, really stunning, because at the background is our Earth. And we have a camera equipped on the spacesuit.
我觉得这可以当做一个大片了啊。对对对。其实今天的任务进展的实在是出乎意料的顺利。
动摇可以稍微抬头一下吗？
So that's a really beautiful silhouette. So, and once again, we'll talk about this. Today, actually, the astronauts finished a scheduled task in a very fast speed, really high efficiency. They saved around 40 minutes at least. And you look at it, this is a really nice angle. Very stunning, isn't it? And also from this angle, we could see that's our astronauts Liu Boming, and this is from a camera from our astronaut Nie Haisheng. So we talk about they took pictures for each other after finishing the first scheduled task. And we talk about why this time the astronauts finished their work really fast, because actually they improved the whole procedures based on the experiment accumulated from the first spacewalk on July 4th, 2021. So we could hear that right now the two astronauts move to the next mission. So just now we saw the earlier picture, the earlier footage that happened this morning Beijing time. The two astronauts successfully installed the extended pump set. So I'm really excited. I can tell you that today is even smoother compared to the first spacewalk, and we have done a lot of improvement work. Actually, that's beyond my imagination. So thumbs up to all 3 astronauts, and also a big applaud to all the ground staff. Although I was not there, but actually I can share the same excitement with everyone. Actually, we heard that the several rounds of applause from the ground center, and also check, verified, working normally, and also saw the 2 astronauts took pictures for each other. There are a lot of really precious memories, and also the really great moments happened this morning. And also we talk about the astronauts and also the ground staff actually had a really good sense and understanding of the movement of the robotic arm. And also we talk about because of a really smooth spacewalk this time. And we can tell that the astronauts in a good shape, and also the complex is running and flying in a really stable position and state. And we talk about this morning actually that at least 15 minutes ahead of schedule, when the astronauts went outside, and also when they finished the first task, actually that's 40 minutes ahead of the schedule. And also look at once again, this is a picture took by the astronauts for each other, and this is from the angle of Liu Boming.
但是刚刚那个张潮说到了，这样的姿态可能我们见到的画面会比较多一点。但是像刚刚我们看到刘伯明和
So we saw this kind of position for a lot of time, but actually it's really rare to see our astronauts standing vertically. So we not really see that vertically standing astronauts. You could see actually this is really stunning because the background is our blue planet, and also our astronauts were standing vertically, firmly on the robotic arm. And I should give the credit to all the ground staff. They all involved and participated, companies, institutions, agencies, and also our astronauts. And also, we should give a big applaud to the first spacewalk. And we talk about the first spacewalk actually helped us to improve a lot, because learning by doing, right, we improved the whole procedures. That is why we can have really the efficiency, high efficiency this time. So we could see the lady on the right bottom picture as Madame Huang. I don't know whether we're familiar with her. Actually, during our previous coverage, we also interviewed Madame Huang. Actually, she was the one in charge of the training and of the astronauts.
而且我感觉这次出舱，这个2个航天员啊，这个聂海胜和刘伯明，也是非常的自信和轻松，对于所有的任务的过程都胸有成竹。
And Nian Haisheng and Liu Boming, we believe actually they quite very confident, right? We believe that everything just under control, easy, this check, every step by step, no rush, but really solid step made. And right now they are working on lifting the panoramic camera D. And let's once again look at the highlights of this morning. So Tang Hongbo inside the capsule, and also we saw the 2 astronauts right now. They prepared and opened the hatch. And for Tang Hongbo, his key job this time is inside the capsule to control the robotic arm. And also the whole procedures actually went very smoothly. And this time, compared to the first EVA, actually this time they opened the hatch and went out actually at the shuttle area. And last time for the first spacewalk, actually the astronauts went out in a really bright background as well as a sun shining direct the area. So it takes around 90 minutes, hour and a half, for the space station orbiting around the Earth, and also we could hear clearly the communication between the Earth and space, and also among astronauts. And also could see that high-definition picture also transmitted to the ground center. So for the astronauts Tianhe, its job is first to install foot restraint and workbench on the robotic arm. So you could see that astronauts Tianhe stood on the robotic arm. And we talk about actually there are several positions, milestones, checking points along the whole procedure. So you could see that the astronauts stood on the robotic arm. That's a very important key milestone. And then you could see right now the astronauts Liu Boming inside the capital to move that the pumped site to the astronauts Tianhe standing on the robotic arm. And we talk about for the first EVA, that's the very first time, because a lot of things actually not there yet. So for the astronauts, they need a longer time to prepare a foot restraint, a workbench. So we talk about actually for the first UVA actually is paved the way for the second time, and also this time this walk, a spacewalk actually also laid the foundation for the following mission. And also today actually we saw the pictures too by the astronauts. So let's give our viewers the highlights.
动摇动两，两人可以运动至终点点3，完毕。
So let's first check our two astronauts at around 12:40 p.m. The astronaut Liu Biming already back to the capsule, and this is from the Liu Biming's the spacesuit camera, and we talk about the workspace or the workbench. Already moved back to the capsule. And also later on, when the astronauts going out again, and they will also install that workbench again. And also this is from the camera and the astronaut Tianhe Sheng. And right now he's holding the handrail at the hatch, and he's also doing the preparation work before getting back to the capsule. And the first job that for him is to finish the removal work. So basically it means removing that the food stand, where we talk about that the food restraint and also the workbench on the robotic arm. So as also need to cooperate between the astronauts and also the astronauts with the robotic arm. So the robotic arm needs to move to the right position for astronauts to remove the food restraint and workbench. And they also need to put two things inside the toolbox. One is the new food restraint, and the other is a hand holder. Basically, that's also laid the foundation for the next mission. It's not for this time, but also for the next spacewalk. Basically, step by step, we pave the way for the following missions. And also with us, we have a special guest. Madam Chen Xing. So judging from now how you evaluate the performance of the crew, so far they had a really excellent performance, and it was around 1 hour ahead of the schedule. So for me, I believe everyone today is quite relaxed, because I could really tell that for the first time that everyone was really nervous, really have a serious facial expression, and also they had meetings to discuss. But this time we saw that there are not a lot of these kind of things happened. So we talk about for the first EVA actually help us to accumulate the experience, and so for the crew and also the ground staff, actually we reviewed and discussed the first EVA and also made improvement and also verified our improvement plans. So could tell actually the crew actually also tell us that all improvements worked. So we talk about that cooperation and collaboration. It's very important. We talk about that the crew, the space and the Earth, the astronauts inside and outside the capsule, and also the astronauts work with the robotic arm. Actually, all these need to really work in a very smooth manner and in a good chemical. So a lot of things actually the movement we need to measure by second. And we also have a designated team to verify the functions and verify the different plan for the spacewalk. And also the crew actually also did rehearsals and trainings for spacewalk. I believe all these laid the solid foundation for this very successful and smooth spacewalk this morning. So we talk about that every time actually we see the progress made, and also that also accumulate experience and also lay the foundation for the next mission. I believe that's also the confidence and calm for the astronauts and the ground crew to conduct the spacewalk. Once again, we'll talk about that 1 hour ahead of the schedule to finish the missions this morning, and also because of the improvement of the whole procedure as well as the tools and equipment involved. We talk about efficiency. A lot of people mention this word. We talk about the products, we talk about the work. Actually, everything needs to, for the ultimate goal, that we need to make sure the astronauts can operate very easily and also can be conducted in a high efficiency. So make sure the astronauts can conduct all these missions by using the products in a safe manner, and also to carry out all different kinds of mission and also the experiments. To improve the efficiency, actually we already could see from the last mission of EVA. So this is the footage from last time.
在7月4号的首次出舱活动中，从接到打开舱门的指令
So that happened on July 4th. Liu Boming used less than 4 minutes when he received the order to finally open the hatch. We talk about the holder and also the space to open that hatch. And during the procedures, with the space we need to preserve because astronauts wearing a spacesuit, and also the holders we need to consider after the astronauts put on the gloves. That holder should be easier for them to catch and open the hatch. So we talk about actually all the products, and also designers always put the astronauts into their consideration. We talk about products by the end of the day need to serve the users, which are our astronauts. And also we could see this is the system, actually is the simulation, and help us based on the data information and indicators we got, so that it can help us to find the problems and provide solutions. So you could see that this is the digital simulation system. So for astronauts stood on the robotic arm and performed the mission, you could see actually from the spatial arrangement to the product verification, this system already tell us whether that's feasible or not. So basically from this system actually already can provide an improvement solution, and we verified it through this system, so that help us to save the cost and improve the efficiency. And for astronauts, they also have their experience because they actually are the one using all these products and also provide you the real data and the real feedback. So this is very meaningful. So right now we have 2 ways. One, we have an app. It's like you twist or like you send a post, so they can actually take pictures and send to us in real time. And second, for the multi-people coordination, they could actually take photos in the parametric view and also bring that or send that footage to us. So you could see this is actually a video clip shot by our astronauts Tang Hongbo, and right now on his way to the cargo ship. Another key thing is we need to look at the condition of the astronauts, because astronauts stay in the space in this gravity-free environment for 3 months, so they need to really check that the performance changing or the health condition changing for astronauts. So what we want to achieve by the end of the day, we talk about the spacecraft, the astronauts can work together and to realize the designed benefits. So talk about efficiency. Our 2 experts here. We talk about digital simulation system. What else do we have? I believe the core thing actually designers hold the key to improve the efficiency. Actually, we talk about efficiency should actually need to start back to day 1. It's not actually that you need to verify efficiency. It's actually at the very beginning from day 1, you need to design for efficiency. So we had a lot of experiments actually under the water or hanging in the different environment, and also we talk about the astronauts when they put on a spacesuit, wear the gloves, and whether that they still can catch the holders or what kind of the weight is good for them to carry with these heavy suits, and also for the reachable areas. These are all the index available for the designers in the industrial design area to do their work. And also we have the evaluation system. We talk about the team need to verify the products, your design, to verify the product function. So we talk about that spacesuits, that's around 200 kg. So we have a simulation of that gravity-free environment to verify products, to operate products, to find issues and improve them. And also we had the underwater simulation, right? I believe everyone have that in the video clip before, and to verify the products, to find the issues. We talked about it before, the underwater experiment. We had around 9 months long experiments to core module. So we conducted a whole bunch of experiments and verified around 200 items there. So make sure our astronauts can use the products in a safe manner and also easier to operate. So for space crew this time, they wear our second generation Tianhe spacesuits. So what kind of functions do we have? So we can, how long the experts can wear all these spacesuits to work outside. So how heavy the spacesuits are. So this is a second spacesuits. It's around 130 kg, but actually easy to put on and off. Just within 5 minutes, the astronauts can put them on. So if you are ready, just get inside from this back. That's the a backpack. So that's entrance for the astronauts to get inside and out. So that's provide the oxygen and also clean the detox or remove the carbon dioxide. So make sure that the environment inside the spacesuit is good enough for astronauts to conduct their work outside. And right now we talk about this is the second generation. And it's good for a person from 160 to 180 centimeters to wear. And this is the latest generation of spacesuits. It's called Celestials. So for astronauts, just 3 minutes for them. They can put on and off these spacesuits. And this one, the blue one, and also that's part of the spacesuit. So for the astronauts, and they wear the spacesuits, and the spacesuits actually help them to protect themselves, provide the constant temperature, and also play the role as the thermal insulation. And for this blue suit, actually like the air conditioning and also provide ventilation. So from high to tall, actually that equipped around 100-meter long pipeline actually embedded in that blue suit. Compared to the first spacesuit, the second generation 2.0 version actually can use 15 times in 3 years and also can support astronauts to work outside for 8 hours. And we talk about this 2.0 generation. So function-wise, we talk about it's a mini spacecraft. So we talk about a shelf or the lifespan. Actually, it can last for 3 years, and astronauts can conduct work for 8 hours each time. And actually, the size of the spacesuits is adjustable, and also the size of the glove, also based on the astronauts' hand size.
都有所提高。比如说，手套的灵活度可以达到戴着手套最小抓握直径5毫米。
We talk about the astronauts wearing the glove. They can grab the 5mm long the items. And you look at actually see this. This is flexible, and this is actually also based on the human engineering. So you could see actually we have this joint. We have 3 joints here. And an elbow here, you could see that actually can reach at least 60 degrees. And what about the helmet? This is especially the glittery metallic gold look and feel. Actually, there are 4 layers. That the gold layer, actually the outer space, actually that's the golden layer or the golden coating. Because the gold color actually can reflect majority of the shining, so the astronauts really impacted by direct sunshine can protect their eyesight. And also actually this layer can be controlled by the astronauts. Think about this. When you're actually under the sun, these like the sunglasses, the astronauts can put down the outer layer, the golden layer, and also the astronauts, if at the shadow area, the astronauts can lift that layer. And in total, actually, we have 4 layers at the helmet. We have a protection layer as well, and also have cameras equipped at both sides of the helmet, and also we have lightings. You could see the astronauts this morning as well, because they came out in the shuttle area, so they opened the lighting. So this is actually the A2.0 spacesuits, actually a world-class level. So support astronauts conduct the mission so 8 hours long outside the capsule, and this is called the celestials.
舱外服是穿在身上的航天器，那么航天员离开这个母船，全靠这个舱外服来保证他的生命安全。对。
And for the spacesuits, like the mini spacecraft for astronauts, so they need to have enough and sufficient life supporting system to protect our astronauts. So we need to make sure that they provide really good gas tightness. But also need to think about like the life expectancy. The lifetime of that space suit, and also the flexibility, the wearing experience for the astronauts. So we need to protect the safety of the astronauts and also provide enough flexibility for our astronauts. Let's say, in case emergency situation happen, what kind of solutions we have for emergency purpose? We talk about everything we do actually for the ultimate goal to protect the safety of our astronauts. We have a lot of emergency solutions in place. We talk about if a gas tightness actually is malfunction, or astronauts face some difficulties in operating the spacewalk mission. Actually, at the first EVA, our astronauts already did the rehearsal for the emergency plan to verify the emergency solution. And also we talk about the robotic arm. Robotic arm actually also very helpful tools for astronauts. For emergency plan, actually the robotic arm also in a very smooth manner bring the astronauts back to the hatch. Let's say if the mechanical problem happened to the robotic arm, we also have emergency plan in place. Right now, 390 kilometers up, there are the astronauts right now conducting their second EVA. And please stay tuned with CGTN for a special coverage of the second spacewalk.
刚二位已经看到了哈，我们之前拍摄到的就是这是第二段，航天员在舱外工作的画面，而且其中有一段就是特别的震撼啊。你看，吴老师像上午的时候我就说了，我说那个航天员站在机械臂上，然后机械臂在转移过程当中，他肯定会感觉会特别的震撼，就感觉身处太空当中遨游起来了。
是这样。
而且下午就真的就拍摄到了这样一个画面哈。
拍了一个大片。
对，看到这个画面，二位有什么样的感受？主要是你先说。
我每天飞控的时候，就是特别愿意看这个我们的摄像机，真的就是看这个深邃的这个地球，你就知道，哎呀，我们这个人类活着实际上是有自己的这个意义的。然后你会思考一些这个人生。对，这个我们实际上这个现在很多热心的网友啊，都已经截了很多图，就知道我们有几个机位啊，然后每个机位能看什么全景。这次出舱任务呢，把这个全景摄像机地我们也给它抬升了，大家会有更好的这个照片可以看。对，
这次任务之一就是抬升全景相机地哈。
这就属于站得高看得远，想的也深邃。对，会思考人生。我看到就是包括我们刚刚也聊到，就是在这次这个巴黎8分钟的时候，就是法国的宇航员他们也在太空当中，在国际空间站，
对，
然后也在这个舷舱里面
有一个特别大的一个窗户啊。
对，它是专门一个观察舱，是吧？
对，
在那儿吹下
个穹顶
的观察舱，就这种地球上的美景一览无余。但我觉得我们的航天员刚刚在这个出舱的过程当中，肯定这个视景要比那个要好得多，要开阔得多。对，置身于这个就是深邃的浩瀚的宇宙当中。
对，上午2个航天员还互相进行了自拍。
对，
相
互拍摄。
对，
拍了一下。
然后那个这个其实不是我们设计的桥段，但是在外面真的每个人，我觉得。在地球上，咱们想在景点打卡留念，出去大家也是一样想打卡。
对，其实我当时就有一个疑问，我说那样的一个画面，就是说它那个机械臂伸得那么开，然后那么往外延展，是特意为了拍。
We can see the mechanical arm. It's extending outward. Is it specially designed for taking photos? Actually, no. We got out of the cabin. And then we had the first task at this point. And the arm, we also have some pre-designed routes to travel. And some of the points are preferable for taking photos. For example, here. I remember that Liu was taking photo for Nie. It was a beautiful photo. And also we can take from afar. So that's a very premium position to take photos. You just called Liu and Nie, and it sounds like you're quite familiar. There is a saying that you are the teacher of the astronauts. Your title is the chief designer. So what's your job responsibilities? I come from the Aerospace Research Institute Designing Department. For example, the core module and the cargo module and the arm, we were responsible for their design. Particularly the signal system in the core module, that's my job. The astronauts need to control many of those facilities, and we will have to compile an instruction for them to use. So that's our job. So Mr. Liu and Mr. Nie will call you teacher actually. When they're executing their task, we will offer some backstage support. We're like the support team, and we coordinate with each other. That's more efficient. People are curious about what are they doing every day. In the module, they have a lot of tasks every day. They have tight schedule. They carry some tasks and missions in the space, particularly about the aerospace technologies. And they will also have to study about the support system for astronauts, and also some more about the medical science. The history of the Chinese in the space is long, and we hope that they could stay as long as possible, and they are actually making new history every day with their presence in the space. You are very familiar with the lives of the astronauts, and you're part of the design team of their mission. You offer support, like you say. So you must echo their feelings right now. There must be difficulties in their mission. Could you introduce about their difficulties? I have some stories to share. Every day, I am touched, and I feel that I am still falling short of expectations. They have very tight schedule. When they are staying in space, as you know, we have a lot of facilities in the module. The medical environment is composed of different facilities. They will have to dismantle some of the facilities. For example, the screws. They hold a plastic bag and put the screws into the bags. He knows that the national budget is hard won, so he will save every one of the screws. So our older generation of astronauts are frugal. And you can see a lot of packages of the cargo, and people think that they're just like the delivery package, and you will have to put some bandage on the packages. You will have to stick like 8 different bandages to the one package, so they have to use strength. For example, when they're dismantling the screws, they need to use force. Tang took some out and kept them in the bags. Nie didn't have the snap at noontime, so he followed to take more of the screws out and put all of them neatly in the bags. No one screw was left behind. Those are not required tasks. They voluntarily did this. The noontime rest is very important, actually. They have to sacrifice more in space, unlike on the land. And when we have the daily checkup, they will give us many details about their observations. Even though we have the surveillance system on land, we are clear about the status of the equipment, but the subjective judgment about the systems is also paramount. They will help us to come to many conclusions, and they have deep understanding about those facilities. So such information provided by astronauts is very important. I once wanted to give alert to them, but actually they knew it already beforehand. They even could give us some information back. So Mr. Nie is just like my brother, my big brother. They are surely aware about the rare opportunity to fly into the space, and they do want to make full use of their experience. That's why the second time out of the cabin is faster than the first time by about 1 hour. So that's about experience. So what's the difficult thing about the extension pump? There are 2 pumps, and our platform used to have the pump, but we have a very delicate design. As you know, the pump will have to rotate all the time, and the life expectancy of pump is usually shorter than the other electronics. But the delicate thing about it is we could leave such an interface and then add another thing to extend the device and they can be exchangeable. So that's like having more backup. We could keep exchanging the devices. That's very interesting. So there may be a second pump to change the old one. They exit very quick today because for the machines, the electricity, they are almost invisible to us. We didn't see the interfaces of those facilities and devices today when they're exiting the module. Of course, they have a connection joint to connect the power. That's why today they are very smooth getting out. And some of their techniques could be applicable to the lives on the land, on the planet. That seems to be one layer coming from the pump. We could see the white color. That's just like our coat. And on the pump, there is one of such piece of cloth. It wraps it up. And then you will have to take it down. It aims to protect the module. So is it going to be useful getting it back? No, it's just for protection of the equipment. Is it rather difficult? They have huge pressure on their clothes. They need to hedge the pressure. That's almost 40% of the air on the Earth. They feel like a balloon. If you want to handle those facilities, you will need to have the force about letting the air out. So with that pressure, their clothes will be bloated. Their clothes feel very tough and hard. They need to work against the high pressure. They seem like very nimble, handling those movements, but that's mainly because they had years of exercises about their hands and their feet. But sometimes, usually, if you use your hands to do such work for 1 hour, your hands will sour. And now, in comparison, you can see the astronauts. They can crawl like for 5 to 6 hours. But for us, even holding a cell phone, 1 hour is too much. Have you felt about their gloves? Yes, I've tried their gloves. All of the equipment must be scientifically designed and reviewed. I once have used the gloves. We simulate the pressure difference about 40 kPa, and then we use the gloves to try to turn this bottle lid to see if we can open it. We need to make sure that the gloves are applicable to such a pressure difference. It seems like easy, but for the length, the size, and we need to have accurate numbers about the design so that they are compatible with the arm's length of the astronauts. We don't want to leave any problem to the astronauts. If they want to rip something, I once tested it. I haven't exercised before, but I found that if I have to grab something, I need to put all my strength on my hand. It's rather challenging. But the astronauts are able to use their arms and hands. After all, they have years of exercises. It's actionable, and the astronauts can do a lot of movements on themselves. For example, passing things. So I think all of the astronauts in China are excellent. Not just astronauts, the designers are excellent. They are very considerate. On behalf of the astronauts, they come to the best solution possible. That's why we could see today. Since you totally understand how difficult that is for astronauts, so you have repeatedly designed and reviewed the process of crawling. For example, every several centimeters design of the pole or the other facilities. I noticed that the first exit, Mr. Tang crawled through the main route, but that means there are different routes, right? Yes, of course. If any problem occurs, the astronauts must be able to get back as quickly as possible. When we design the main pathway, it comes from here until the resources cabin. We have 2 astronauts. We need to have another pathway. It comes over here. And we also have some branches. And also, after exiting, they need to do some work. If anything occurs, is it just limited to the core module? That's the lab. So that's like 3 living rooms. They are connected together. The astronauts have to consume a lot of materials. After all, they live for 3 months, so the delivery will have to carry a lot of food and clothes. That's for returning between planet and the space. So it cannot be fixated outside the space station. Can it carry the astronauts for limited distance, or it can send the astronauts to everywhere in the spacecraft? Of course, all of the places. There are some work points. Every time they exit, they have some special consideration about the spots they head for. They need some substrate on top outside. If they crawl here and they want to exit over there, they need to calculate the distance. The pathways were pre-designed by the staff members on Earth, and we need to review the distance repeatedly before the exit. The astronauts will not be the first group of people to test the distance. We will have to do the test. Only when we coordinate perfectly with the astronauts. Can we allow them to do this pathway? We hope that safety comes first. They are very tired. Their clothes can keep constant temperature. When people have intense exercises, they need to let out their temperature. And I know that in the space station, one other thing for them is to go to the lavatory. How to manage it? We also design the toilet. What's special about it? We have 3 sleeping areas, 1 toilet. So we didn't install cameras in those places to keep their privacy. I can describe it for you for the resting places. I think good of them. There is a panel dividing the region into 2 parts. In the bottom parts, that's for storage. Like their sneakers, their clothes will be kept below. And what can they do in the sleeping region? Every one of the astronauts have their own window, the rotating window. They can put their speaker in, their stands to do some personal exercises. And the wind velocity can be customized according to different people. So that's like their independent rooms. I think their living environment is much better than in the train. Speaking of the washroom, I read some metaphor. The netizens say that that's the most noble toilet in the history. What about taking a shower or bath or just using some towel to rub themselves? Actually, just a simple towel to rub themselves clean. I've taken a Chinese textbook that's for grade 2 in primary school. And in the textbook, there is one story about the lives in the space. And it says that when they want to take a shower, the students above grade 4 learns that they need a bowl, just like a bathtub, to clean the astronauts. The US has done an experiment about using an enclosed bathtub, but cleaning the bathtub itself is very time-consuming. So the astronauts thought that it wasn't a good idea. After cleaning the bathtub, they will be all sweaty. So what's the point of taking a shower or bath? And also, when the water comes down, they feel colder. And now the Chinese version is to use a towel to rub themselves. Of course, they have such a shooting gun with a certain pressure. All of those materials in the washroom are sterile. And they have some cleaning facilities in the washroom. I think that it must be very clean in the washroom. The wastes will be destroyed by Tianzhou. When the astronauts come back to Earth, I think Tianzhou will just choose to drop them in the space. So the textbooks are telling different stories. I haven't read about this story before. But now kids are very professional. They discovered problems in their textbooks, and because of the internet technologies, they are very eager to learn more. So thumbs up to our netizens. I was misled before. I also thought that they must have such a bathtub.
So we have to listen to the stories by Qu. Just now we were talking about the lives of the astronauts, and we have a deeper understanding of them. There are many interesting stories in their lives, and Madame Qu allowed us to learn about the vivid lives of them. Next, let's review the images of our astronauts today, and we're looking forward to their next work.